Good afternoon and welcome to the Anaheim Elementary School District June 14th board meeting. I am AESD Board President Jackie Philbeck, and I call this meeting to order at 5 p.m. This meeting is being conducted in person and by means of live video broadcast on our Anaheim Elementary YouTube channel for members of the public. Para español, puede conectarse por teléfono de la siguiente manera. Llame al 475-999-4221. Cuando se le pida, introduzca el PIN 303-670-037 y la tecla numeral. Any member of the public has an opportunity to address the board in person during the agendized public comment sessions, or they may choose to submit their public comments online by 12 p.m. or in person by 6:30 today. Comments submitted online will be read during the appropriate agendized public comment session. Let's begin with the board roll call. To my far right, Board Member Juan G. Alvarez.
Hello, present.
Next is Board Member Mark A. Lopez.
Present.
Then Board Member Dr. Paulo Magalas.
Present.
Board Clerk Ryan A. Relis.
Present.
And Board President myself, Jackie Philbeck. Public speakers for closed session agenda items. There are no public speakers for closed session agenda items that were received as of 12 p.m. today. So let's adjourn to closed session. May I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And we will adjourn to closed session. Thank you.
Test 1 2. Test 1 2. 1 2. Check 1 2. Test 1 2. Test 1 2. Test 1 2. Check, check, check. Check 1 2 1 2 1 2. Test 1 2. So if you were to go to program now and try and control it, you can't. You can see the level. Oh, did you just turn? You can't control it. Okay. Wow. So, okay. Alina, can you put the headphones on real quick? Okay, so now go to their control and then go 16 and turn that up. Can you hear me now, Alina? You can. Okay. So we do have control over it. You can adjust the levels. But yeah, we'll have to look at it after tonight. I don't want to mess with it right now. Here you go.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon, good evening. Just a quick announcement, if anybody needs interpreting in Spanish, we have devices available. Buenas tardes a todos. Solamente un breve anuncio sobre la interpretación. Ofrecemos interpretación en español. Si alguien gusta un aparatito, lo tenemos disponible. Gracias. Thank you.
Good evening and welcome to the Anaheim Elementary School District, June 14th Board Meeting. I am AESD Board President Jackie Philbeck, and I call this meeting to order at 6:50. Our apologies for the late start. It doesn't happen often, but occasionally it does, so our apologies. And thank you for your patience and for waiting for us. This meeting is being conducted in person and by means of live video broadcast on our Anaheim Elementary YouTube channel for members of the public. Spanish interpretation of the board meeting is available to attendees. Para español, puede conectarse por teléfono de la siguiente manera. Llame al 475-999-4221. Cuando se le pida, introduzca el PIN 303-670-037 y la tecla numeral. Let's begin with the flag salute. Nestor Alleman from Barton, please lead us in the flag salute and give me a second to get over there.
Please put your hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. You may be seated.
Okay, we're going to proceed into introductions and roll call, but I got to say, I always know it's going to be a great meeting when I see two of my favorite people sitting in the front, Ginny and Bob Gardner, so welcome to you. It's great to see you. And many of you know Mr. Gardner was a board member here a few years back. So let's start with my far right, board member Juan Alvarez,
Good evening.
board member Mark Lopez,
Good evening, everyone.
board member Dr. Paulo Magales,
Good evening, everyone.
our board clerk, Ryan Rellis.
Hello.
And as stated before, I'm your president, Jackie Philbeck. To my left, Superintendent Dr. Christopher Downing.
Good evening, everyone.
And next to him, Dr. Mary Grace, our Assistant Superintendent for Educational Services.
Hello.
Dina Melland, Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources.
Good evening.
And we're going to go back over this way for Tracy Golden, our Senior Director of Safety, School, and Operations. And I know, I'm going back to that, sorry. Well, Jesse's after Tracy. Jesse Chavarria, Assistant Superintendent of Administrative Services.
Hi, everyone.
And Yesenia Ureno, our Senior Administrative Assistant. And in our back, our interpreters, Alina Avila Roje and Jasmine Anaya. And our amazing Janice Cato, Technology Support Technician. And in the back, Brian Brooks, our Media Production Specialist. Also, I'd like to, thank you, to note that we have in our audience Anaheim Union High School Board of Trustees member Anne Marie Randall Trejo. Thank you for being with us this evening. And now I would like to do a readout of closed session. In closed session, the board voted 5-0 to deny the appeal and uphold the findings regarding investigation number 061-42023-01 with direction to Human Resources to modify one finding to include additional information. Pursuant to Administrative Regulation 4344, the board's decision on this matter shall be final. In the next readout, In closed session, the board voted 5-0 to suspend classified employee number 06142023-02 without pay for 7 days. Now I need a motion to adopt the agenda, please.
So moved.
Second.
Give me 1 second here. I need a pen. Anybody got a pen? Oh, thank you. I'm sorry, Dr. McGallis, you were the motion?
Yep.
And my second was? Thank you. Any discussion? And all in favor on this item?
Aye.
So that is a 5-0. Now on to our special order of business. Recognition of the AESD Workers' Compensation Program by Alliance of Schools for Cooperative Insurance Programs. That's ASCIP. And we're going to invite up Tracy Golden, our Senior Director of School Safety and Operations.
Thank you. Good evening, members of the board and everyone in our audience. The Alliance of Schools for Cooperative Insurance Programs, or ASCIP, is our insurance carrier for our workers' compensation program. And I'm very pleased to introduce 2 members of their team who will come up to present a recognition. So Nidra Camaradas, Senior Director of Workers' Compensation, and Chuck Clemente, Senior Risk Services Consultant.
Good evening. Sorry. Good evening, President Philbeck, members of the board, Superintendent Dr. Downey, and members of the cabinet. Thank you for giving us this opportunity to come and speak to you today. My name is Nidra Kumaradas, and I'm the Executive Director of Workers' Comp for ASCIP. And with me here is Chuck Clemente. He's the Senior Risk Consultant that works with Anaheim School District. As you know, ASCIP has been the Joint Powers Insurance Authority for your workers' comp and your property and liability insurance since 2014. And ASCIP represents over 138 school districts in the state of California. And it's my honor to be here to let you know that Anaheim Elementary School District was provided a rebate check of $178,000 and $178,334 for the workers' comp program. And the primary reason for this rebate is because of the great work that the school district has done through the risk management department. Their goal is to keep your employees safe. And this begins with leadership. And I just was very proud to say that I was very honored that this school district has made safety a priority by making the risk department, Tracy Golden, as part of your cabinet. I don't see that a lot in other school districts. So I thank you for that, because safety is the key for our students and for everybody in the community. So I thank you for that. The workers' comp program has been very successful at ASCIP because of all the work that our school districts do. For the last 3 years, we've provided flat rates, and this coming year, we're giving another flat rate too. This is because of the excellent work done by our members. I'm going to turn this over to Chuck Clemente to talk to you in detail to recognize one of your staff members here that oversees the workers' comp program, and that's Renee McGuire. And I was very sad that she's not here. If not for her, I don't think we could be so successful. It's all about a team. So I just want to say she does a fantastic job. We are going to recognize her when she comes back from a well-deserved vacation. I'm going to turn it over to Chuck to talk about Renee McGuire. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Nidra, and welcome. I would like to really share a lot of reasons here, but to share how ASCIP will provide these rebates and how we give them the reduced work comp rates. And this is really due to our great partnership with effective risk management and preventing employee accidents, claims, and lawsuits. And over the past few years, this partnership with your district, with your third-party administrator, Sedgwick, and with ourselves, with ASCIP, it's the reason why we're working so closely with your injured employees to ensure that they receive the immediate medical care, resolve those claims quickly, and return them back to work as soon as possible. And this has helped to avoid those unnecessary litigation. So accolades to Tracy Golden as well and her team, who work very closely with us at ASKIP in Sedgwick. And we work together to effectively manage the program, resulting in your successful workers' comp program. And I would like really to specifically call attention to Renee McGuire, as Nidra mentioned. And as your risk management technician and worker for workers' comp, it's really important that I wish I had the time, enough time here to share on all the great things, but Renee McGuire has done to manage your program. But over the past year, this is what we see. So if an employee gets injured, Renee immediately reports this claim to Sedgwick, your TPA, and makes sure that the employee will receive the best care for their recovery. And she does this by taking the time to do a lot of the following. She partners with the Return to Work program and work services to get that injured employee back to work immediately after each medical visit, and visit to either the same position or an alternate position. She'll also communicate effectively to or within each department to help bring injured employees back to work at their designated school site. And she also partners and meets with the frontline medical providers to establish that expectations and protocols for excellent and timely medical care. And she works with your TPA as well to ensure those benefits are provided in a timely fashion and for both the district and your injured employees. And she really does this well. She really advocates for that injured employee to ensure that all their concerns are met, all are addressed in a timely fashion. So as Renee works tirelessly, and she did this throughout COVID and continues to do this now, she works with each department to make sure that they have the right tools and resources, whether it's training, whether she's requesting safety equipment, whether she's asking for risk preventive strategies. She's always doing that to provide a safe work environment for all. So as a public nonprofit organization with us, we provide these rebates because of people like Renee, and we truly thank Renee and value her contributions and dedication to all your employees. So thank you very much. And thank you.
Any comments, board members? Congratulations to Renee with appreciation. That's a big job. And also, Ms. Goldman, you just do wonderful things for us, so we appreciate you also. Thank you for being here this evening and presenting that. We appreciate it.
Thank you too.
Appreciate it.
And the rebate or the money coming back is,
Yeah.
that's
It's
pretty.
already sent to you.
Oh, that's the real
That
fun
was the
part.
priority.
Yeah, that's a real fun part. Thank
Tracy
you.
was fantastic, but Renee, she wanted us to recognize Renee.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Now on to item 4B, our Play Code Compete NPC Esports Championship Tournament Student Recognition. Alejandro Ramirez is our Director of DES.
Good evening, board members, cabinet. Before we get into our student recognition, I'd like to just showcase some of that night. Play Code Compete is a celebration, first of all, of two culminating events. Our Scratch Showcase, where 9 schools were represented this year at the Scratch Showcase with 22 students presenting, where 13 design games and 5 animations. They were recognized for Best Introduction Game, Best Original Art Animation, Best Concept, Best Design, Judges Award, and a number of other recognitions. Our AESD NPC Esports League, NPC standing for Nurturing Positive Competitors, started out at the beginning of our second trimester. 21 schools were represented in an 8-week league that had 252 gamers participating. Our top 4 teams participated in the Final Four championship match, along with a representative from each school that made up our All-Stars. I want to take this time to also thank some of the people that made this a success. Raj Sidhu from Code Campus, ViewSonic, STS Education for some of their donations, the Downtown Anaheim Community Center and the River Arena for being a great venue for our events, the staff from Educational Services and especially the staff from DES, our shoutcasters from Lincoln Elementary, Wesley Alberg and Fabian Gonzalez. And before we get to our recognitions, we do have a video that I'd like to share with you.
Today is about coding. Make some noise. Let's get started.
And now from Barton Elementary, I'd like to recognize our first place team, the Striking Tanks. Diego Glenn, who is not here tonight, but we'll give him a recognition anyway. And as I call out your names, if you would like to just come up, stand in front, and wait for an opportunity for pictures. Thank you. Ian Nguyen. Mariano Quantel Capulin. Nestor Aleman. Representative from our all-star team. From Jefferson Elementary, Isaiah Ferguson. And from Orange Grove Elementary, Santiago Osorio. Congratulations to all of you, and thank you for your participation and your championship recognition.
I can tell you that was a really fun afternoon to watching all of the gaming, and it was just great. So now we're going to move on to our Home Run Heroes program recognition of participating students. And we have Mr. Bob Gardner, the program organizer here, and he is our past AESD board member. Also, Katie Hernandez, curriculum specialist, and Laura Houston, teacher on special assignment.
Good enough? Good evening. The Home Run Heroes is a program that seeks to encourage and reward community service by sixth grade students in Anaheim. The event is a collaboration of the Anaheim Elementary School District, the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim, and the One Desk Foundation. The One Desk Foundation is a small nonprofit 501(c) organization formed of young professionals whose members are mostly alumni of the Anaheim Elementary School District, particularly Juarez, Gwynn, Roosevelt, Stoddard, and Revere schools. I happen to serve as a facilitator and a liaison between the Angels, the school district, and the One Desk Foundation. In the past, conducting this effort required visits to each sixth grade classroom of the participating schools and multiple trips to the schools to coordinate with our winners and their administrators. My current status prohibits that level of activity. Fortunately, Dr. Grace threw our program a lifeline of support by offering the assistance of Katie Hernandez and Laura Houston from curriculum instruction. Wow, talk about a booster shot. The previous year, we simply live streamed me into the classrooms. This year, with Katie and Laura and our director, Brian Brooks, doing the heavy lifting, we crafted a video to explain the entire program to send to the schools. It was an amazing upgrade. From there, Laura and Katie did most of the running back and forth to the schools, collecting applications, distributing and receiving permission slips, distributing Home Run Heroes t-shirts, and distributing tickets to the ball game. I would like to thank the district for such wonderful quality support. One of the really cool traditions of Home Run Heroes is to bring the 20 or so winners together to conduct a community service event. For our first 10 years, we conducted that event with Nana's Kids, a program of Grandma's House of Hope. But this year in February, Grandma's House of Hope ended that program, leaving us to search for a new partner for our Community Service Day. The Angels stepped in and hooked us up with the Anaheim YMCA. Of course, the Y is the perfect partner for such a project because they already have existing partnerships with the Angels and with the Anaheim Elementary School District. And they are located much more centrally than the old Nana Kids program was. And so on Saturday, June 3rd, the Home Run Heroes met at the YMCA Community Complex and helped remove litter, assisted with preschool soccer program, helped inventory sports equipment, and assisted in organizing YMCA day camp materials. Angel pitching great Clyde Wright and the Angel Strike Force were also there to pitch in. This year, we also added a sponsor to Mountain Mike's Pizza, who supplied our Home Run Heroes t-shirts this year and a lot of delicious pizza at the Community Service Day. And we have for Dr. Grace and Dr. Downing, we have your own Home Run Heroes t-shirts to thank you for your tremendous support of this program. Each of our Home Run Heroes received an Angels cap, a Home Run Heroes t-shirt, and 4 tickets with free parking to the ball game. This past weekend where we were all rewarded with an Angels win. Also attending were 5 vice principals representing the 4 schools and 3 classroom teachers who were available to participate with their students. Tonight we are pleased to present our Home Run Heroes representing Lincoln, Mann, Ponderosa, and Sunkist schools. These students are being honored for their community service this past year. Some of the activities these industrious young scholars were involved in include rebuilding, restoring, and replanting the school garden, preparing a presentation in Spanish about native tribes, making posters for PAL to welcome new students, hosting an agua fresca stand to raise $340 for a nonprofit to help the community, and earning donations to a pet shelter and assisting in younger classrooms. At this time, I would like to ask Laura and Katie to assist with presenting certificates to our Home Run Heroes.
All right, our first recipient from Lincoln is Wesley Alberg.
It's summer, so people.
Also from Lincoln, Isabel Bandera. Oh, she's right here. We have a few more from Lincoln. Elizabeth Calvillo. Congratulations. Aaron Cruz, also from Lincoln. Hannah Montiel, also Lincoln. I got to work with Lincoln. They had a lot of winners. Samantha Montiel. Did I just say that? Different one? Different one. Different person, same last name. Marcos Ontiveros. Alyssa Palomino. Alexis Rodriguez. Hopefully they're all on wonderful vacations. And I have the first one from Man, Viene Alonso. All right.
And maybe they're watching from home, too. Also from Horace Mann, Waylon Grindall. And Mann School, Natalie Torres. Ariana Velasquez from Mann. Genevieve Bergeron from Ponderosa School. Okay. And also from Ponderosa, Audrey Decker. Yay, Audrey. And from Ponderosa, Delilah Hernandez. And from Ponderosa, we have Milagro Juarez. And from Ponderosa, Emily Montiel. And Yaretsi Saavedra from Ponderosa. Ponderosa also, Natalie Valadez. And from Sunkist, we have Yasmin Perez. And can I just, is it okay if I just say a couple of words about our students, that I'm proud of them? So, as you know, we're recognizing all of these amazing students for community service. And I just wanted to say that community service can teach children to be more in touch with their humanity, and thus leads to a deeper understanding of others. And it enables children to see past their immediate world around them and to see firsthand how their service can impact the community. And we are very proud of you.
Home Run Heroes is great. It was several years ago, but I got to do one of the days, service days, and then go to the game and everything. It was just really great. So thank you, everyone that was involved, and Mr. Gardner for being the organizer of that. We really appreciate all the years you've done it, because I know it was several years ago when I went. So you've been doing it a long time. 11 seasons. Well, it's congratulations. It's a great program, and thank you to also to Laura and Katie for the assists on that. We really appreciate it, and for keeping it going. And now, and even a great fun part too, is we get to recognize Bob Gardner, as if he doesn't have enough, going on. There's more. So now we're going to recognize him as a member of the Citizens Oversight Committee, and Dr. Downing, our superintendent, and Acela Vasquez, our senior director of facilities planning and construction services, are going to do this honor.
Thank you, Board President Philbeck, and esteemed board members. Tonight it is our honor to recognize Mr. Bob Gardner. So everyone, I'm going to give you just a few of the reasons why we are honoring Mr. Gardner this evening. When Bob Gardner joined the Citizens Oversight Committee in 2017, he brought a passion for facilities that was a product of his life in Anaheim and his career in the Anaheim Elementary School District. Bob and his wife Jenny have deep roots in the district. Both attended school and worked for our district. Bob attended kindergarten at Horace Mann briefly, and then attended Catella Elementary for 6 years. He worked as a classified employee at Patrick Henry and also as a student teacher before teaching at Juarez, Key, Revere, Sunkist, and Marshall. Bob also served as principal at Barton, Loera, Revere, Key, and Ponderosa, while Jenny came to the district office to serve as a TOSA in charge of the GATE program. Their daughters, Christy and Stacy, attended Juarez School, so it is safe to say that the Gardners have a deep familiarity with most of the AESD sites. Mr. Gardner also has an interest in construction, as he was principal at Revere for their modernization, new construction, and subsequently led them as Revere became the first school to occupy the South Campus of Harbor Ball. Continuing with the construction theme, at the end of his career, Bob was the principal when Ponderosa School opened its doors for the first time down the street from where he grew up. Furthermore, as a board member, Bob was initially the only yes vote for what would become Measure J. He was passionate about Measure J because the board discovered there were not enough funds in Measure B, B, and G to adequately improve Roosevelt and Sunkist, two schools that had been waiting patiently at the end of the modernization and construction list for years. And how many of you have seen the great two new schools in our district, Sunkist and Roosevelt? The board worked on the issue for the next several months, and finally in August 2016, 4 days before the deadline of the Registrar of Voters, they qualified Measure J for the ballot with a 5-0 vote. Bob's passion for facilities spilled out beyond the district boundaries, as he and Ponderosa employee Luz Rosales were appointed by the City of Anaheim as the community liaisons for the Ponderosa Community Center, an ambitious project that truly reflected the input of the Ponderosa community. Bob also served as a community representative on the Ponderosa Library Joint Use Community that managed the joint use of the library by the district and the City of Anaheim. Bob is proud of his career-long association with a district that possesses such a deep commitment to building and maintaining safe, clean, modern, first-class facilities for its students, employees, and community, and it is truly an honor to recognize you this evening, Mr. Gardner. And next, I'm going to turn it over to Isela Vasquez, Senior Director.
Thank you, Superintendent Dr. Downey. I'd just like to add that Mr. Gardner's commitment, dedication, and passion carried through his role and responsibilities as a member of our Measure G and J Citizens Oversight Committee. I had the personal pleasure and privilege to work with him over the past 6.5 years. His expertise, his knowledge, and his dedication and presence on the committee will be missed. However, at this time, I'd like to present you with the Certificate of Recognition, and thank you for your many years of commitment to the district.
Bob was also my principal when I was a student at Clara Barton Elementary.
Thank you very much. And I'd like to thank the board for appointing me originally 6.5 years ago. And I'd like, because I did love the work. I would like to point out, I'd also like to thank the board for their willingness to have extended my term, but I declined because, very frankly, I didn't feel I was as good a member of that oversight by Zoom. I felt I need to be in person, and so until I'm walking or until they start meeting in the afternoon, that I just didn't think it was the best because I'm not available. Well, I was available for morning meetings. I'd also like to thank Isela. It was really great to work with. She runs a really good program, and that the committee is making sure that everything we promise the voters is happening, and thank you for that. I'd also like to thank Gloria Lopez, who it was through her that after my accident I still was attending meetings, and Janice Cato. Their expertise and their work and their contact is what kept me coming to the meetings, so I'm very grateful to both of you for that. And on a personal note, Dr. Downing, I hate to say you were right, I was wrong. Well, I wasn't wrong, but you ended up being more right than me. One of the votes that I was most conflicted about, because I thought it was a violation, but I turned out to be the swing vote when Dr. Downing wanted to provide computers to every kid. And this happened in 2019, in June, I think, of 2019. And when the argument came down to it, really wasn't what we campaigned on. And so the members who had children in the district, they thought it was a good idea. The members who were veterans and who I respected and considered my mentors, they were dead set against it. So it came down to, if I voted, it would be 3-3. And I was about to say no, but turned out that the language that the previous superintendent had put in and she had not cleared with the board, I could see where Dr. Downing saw he was within his rights to do it. And to me, it violated the intent of what we were supposed to do, but I could see where he did it, and he was impressing me, and I told him, I'm going to trust you one time, Dr. Downing. And I voted yes. And then 7 months later, COVID hit, and Anaheim was in better shape than any other district for that. So you win, sir. Congratulations. But it has been an honor, and like I say, once I start walking, I'm back here applying. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to tag on to that history a little bit because I have known Mr. Gardner many, many, many years. Back when I was in high school, he was my next door neighbor. So I knew his family very well. And before that, I'd like to say, Jenny, you have a rich history with this district also. So thank you for everything and for being so supportive now. And, you know, we just love you both. But back to him being my neighbor, Bob's mom, Connie, taught me how to swim because they had a pool, and I annoyed her every day of the summer that I possibly could and in between. And now I look back and think, why didn't my mother have a problem with that? But my mom just smiles when I ask her that. So his mom taught me how to swim. His father taught me how to drive, and that was because my dad went out with me once, pulled up we were in a cul-de-sac, and threw the keys at Bob's dad, who was watering the lawn, and said, "I'm done. It's all up to you." And so his dad took me out. But also, then fast forward, I was their daughter Christy's brownie leader, if you can believe that, for a few years. She was in my Girl Scout troop, my brownie troop. So I am very lucky to have this history with you. And also Bob, when I got on this school board, he was on my speed dial for probably 2 years, teaching me everything I needed to know. So if you have a problem with me, you can call Bob. You can just call Bob. But no, this is where I learned the rich history of this district is through Mr. Gardner, and that helped influence so many decisions to know that history. So thank you both, and we're just honored that you're here tonight and appreciate all that you do and continue to do, and I'm sure we'll see you back. Thank you.
And Madam President, can I add that?
You can add, anybody can add whatever you want. Go for it.
My first experience in leadership was actually when I was in the 5th grade at Clara Barton Elementary. I was actually elected vice president. And I would meet with Bob every single month to go over student agendas. And so I did work with you directly as a student. So you guided me in my leadership journey. So thank you, Bob Gardner.
That's so fun to get to do that. Love that. Okay, now we're going to move on to our news and updates. Our parent leadership group updates. There are none this evening. There are no association updates, but we do have district news and updates. Dr. Mary Grace, our Assistant Superintendent of Educational Services, will present those this evening.
The best part is yet to come. Thank you, Board President Philbeck, Cabinet, board members, and the community. It's been an exciting couple weeks since our last board meeting, so I will be starting with some news and updates. On May 9th, over at Juarez Elementary, we had Power Play for a Cause, which is the Anaheim Ducks and Shoes That Fit. They came out and they provided street hockey lessons to our 4th grade students at Juarez, and they also received a hockey stick and a brand new pair of Nikes thanks to Shoes That Fit. So we thank both organizations for their support of our district. This is an annual event with the Anaheim Ducks. And during our last board meeting, our Sun-Kissed Sabercats were up in LA performing. These are the conga kids that won our AESD competition. They got to perform on stage at LA Live, so that's very exciting. And we thank them, their leadership assistant, and the Anaheim Succeeds program for getting them there. On May 11th, we held an event with First Five, and it was a event to relaunch the Kid Builders program. The Kid Builders program is something that is available for families 0 to 5 so that they can help their students learn language, learn physical activities, and it's just activities that provide readiness to our students and families. And we were excited to have the Anaheim Ducks out there as well. Some of our parent leaders attended, as well as board member Philbeck, and Dr. Downing spoke on behalf of the district. On May 12th, at Roosevelt, we dedicated the plaque that recognizes the board members that approved the building. And we had student performers, and we also had people from the city. We had a couple of council people, as well as Mayor Aitken was there, and with Dr. Downing, Dr. Kim, and board member Phil Beck. It was a fun event that included the students and some community members. And on May 17th, we had a celebration of excellence for our induction candidates. And I believe there were 16 inductees that completed the requirements to get their teaching credential cleared. So we were really excited. It was a fun afternoon. And we had to move to a bigger venue because there were so many people to recognize. And here's a few photos of the inductees with their support providers. And on May 18th, there's a longstanding partnership with Paul Revere School and the United Way. And each year, the students are invited to attend a philanthropic breakfast with their women's division. And they got to see Helen Hunt speak. And they also got to come up onto the stage and be recognized for their community projects that the students had been conducting at the school. They're pictured here with their teacher leader, Ms. Swan, and Principal Salas. So we thank the United Way and the Women's Division for supporting the school for almost 10 years now. And we had our PTA breakfast. This is an event that recognizes all of our PTA volunteers that are on the boards out at the school sites. We came together at the downtown community center and had a nice breakfast. On May 23rd, some of the cabinet members, as well as some of our parent leaders and our family engagement department, attended the State of the City luncheon. And we were all blown away by the student, a 4th grade student, who performed the national anthem. She did a wonderful job. She's pictured here with us, with board member Relis and Lopez, as well as a few of our parent leaders as well. And we really wanted to take the opportunity to thank Mayor Aitken for her support of our schools and her presence in our community. It's been appreciated and noticed. And on May 26th, over at Betsy Ross Elementary, they had their a DLI celebration. That's the Dual Language Immersion Program celebration. And this was the year that their 6th grade students, it's their first group of students, so we call them the school's legacy students, matriculated from 6th grade to 7th grade. And they received their Pathway to the Seal of Biliteracy Award. They recognized the kinder students who met their criteria, the 3rd grade students who met the criteria, and the 6th grade students. And it was a really special recognition. The teacher that they had this year, their 6th grade teacher, Miss Sachs, she has been with them for the past 3 years. She started with them in 4th grade during the pandemic, and she matriculated the next 3 years with them. And you could really tell that they had a very loving, special bond, and they did a lot of learning, and the entire class received the Pathway Award. So we're very excited for them. We also had the honored Dr. McCullough spoke to the students, and that was really good because he was able to speak from his experience as a student here in Anaheim and as somebody who has a heritage language himself. And the kids also got a special shout out from one of the reporters on Channel 52. We couldn't film it, we couldn't take pictures, but it was a special shout out from one of the journalists who recognized the importance of being bilingual and continuing their language learning. And we had our WAMI event. That stands for We All Made It, and it's a way for us to recognize our retirees. And we hold the event at Angel Stadium in the afternoon, and it's a fun event. All of our board members were in attendance, our cabinet members, and it's just a fun way to recognize the dedication and service of our retirees to the students and families of the community. So we thank them and we wish them well in their next adventures. And on May 31st, our Anaheim Succeeds program had their soccer championship, and it was amazing. There was the two teams that played were Price and Jefferson, and there were competitions, much like the esports league competitions throughout the year. Shout out to our transportation department for busing children all over after school to play the interleague games. And we had the mascot from the OC Soccer Club, and we had actual refs from a soccer league. It was just really wonderful. There were cheerleaders from the schools, the kids played, they all had a good time, and there's some real competition out there. Even though it's for fun, there's real competition.
And just because they may be watching, I live in Jefferson.
Yes. Oh, yes. I apologize. Price got third place. Sorry about that. And on June 6th, Mayor Pro Tem Rubicavas came over to Jefferson to recognize the custodian, Mr. Duran, for his dedication and service to the community and to the school. So that was a really nice way to recognize one of our employees, and he was very happy and happy to receive the award for just doing what he thinks is important in keeping the school clean and safe for the students. And recently, I think it was last week, we have a partnership with Save the Music, which has led to another partnership with a restaurant in Orange County called The Drake. And the owner of that is very passionate about bringing music to schools. So this is the second fundraiser that he's held in the past 6 months to raise money to give back to schools so students can have instruments. And we thank Dr. Downing, music teacher Phil Villalobos, and our former student, Sean Oliu, who attended the event and spoke on behalf of the music. And also Brian Belsky from the high school district we're trying to ensure that we have those programs that will matriculate up, such as our mariachi program, so we're very excited about that. So I saw just last night that they raised, at this one event, $125,000 for music. So we're very excited. And we're thankful. And I think the previous check was in the 100,000s as well. So we're very thankful for this partnership. And that's the news and updates for tonight. Thank you very much.
As you can see, there's really a lot going on, and it's just wonderful, wonderful stuff, wonderful things. And I hope everybody really gets a chance to kind of dig into this and see all the many different things that are going on in the district that are being offered to our students. So we're real proud of that. Now we're moving on to our public speakers, and I have two. I'm sorry, I don't know who was first, so I'm going to start with, call up Maria Segura, and we will, it's 3 minutes, right? Mr. Relis is going to be holding the card, and that he will switch to yellow at, is it 30 seconds? 30 seconds. And then also, he will switch to the red when your time is up, but you have 3 minutes. So welcome, Ms. Segura.
She basically is doing interpretation, isn't it?
Is there going to be interpretation? Okay, then you have 6 minutes. You have 6 minutes. Thank you and welcome.
Buenas noches. Mi nombre es María Segura, soy líder comunitario por 15 años en la ciudad de Anaheim. He servido en el comité de DAC-DILAC.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Maria Segura. I am parent leader in the city of Anaheim for 15 years. I've served in the DAC-DLAP committee.
He sufrido
no sé cómo llamarle, pero he sido humillada, intimidada, expulsada, por decir la verdad, por decir que en la escuela Sycamore había varias irregularidades, por el señor Juan Álvarez. Estoy aquí.
I have suffered, I don't know how to say it, but I've been humiliated, intimidated, and expelled. And this is for speaking the truth in regards to the Sycamore concerns, in regards to what I've mentioned before, and Juan Álvarez.
El 24 de enero del 2023 pedí ser voluntaria en la escuela Sycamore porque a mi hijo Joseph Segura, de 13 años, me lo habían golpeado varias veces. El señor Juan Álvarez me llamó el último día de clases de diciembre. Mi hijo tenía un chichón en el ojo, aquí en el ojo, y el otro rojo. El señor Álvarez le puso una bolsa de hielo de cubos, de esa donde ponen los jitomates, aquí. Encontré a mi hijo muy bañado en agua de hielo. Eso me dolió mucho. 24.
On January 24th, my son Joseph, from that attends Sycamore School, was hit. Let me get a clarification, sorry.
Sí, varias veces.
Somebody hit him, and I received a phone call the last day of school by Mr. Juan Álvarez, and I was informed of what happened, and he had 2 big bruisings in his eyes, one here and the other one here, and I was informed that Mr. Álvarez put a juice box as an ice on the wound or the eyes that was injured.
Es preocupante para mí la falta de seguridad en la escuela Sycamore. Se dio un evento de que a la directora le pegaron, pero anteriormente le estaban pegando a todos los niños. Se estaban tocando inapropiadamente, la administración lo sabía, había niños mareados, me consta. Últimamente, hace 2 semanas me gradué de asistente médico, sé lo que estoy diciendo porque lo miré, lo experimenté. A mi hijo le ofrecieron drogas dentro de la escuela Sycamore. Estoy muy preocupada por esta situación.
I am currently worried for the lack of safety at Sycamore Junior High. As you know, there was an event that the principal was injured or hurt. Not only the principal, but I was informed that other students as well were being hit, as well with other students, and there was inappropriate touching. I recently graduated from being a medical assistant, so I'm really concerned, and I know where I'm coming from in this aspect, and I'm concerned for this for the situation.
Ruego a las autoridades locales, estatales y federales poner atención, porque la educación en las escuelas junior high está muy por debajo del nivel académico. Es preocupante para mí que no se esté avanzando, que se esté gastando demasiado dinero y que no haya transparencia en las finanzas ni del PTA ni en el título 1. Por favor, hagamos un alto y preguntémonos qué está pasando.
I beg for you to take action, local authorities, federal and state, in this matter for the safety and attention of Sycamore. I beg for you to give this attention. We should ask ourselves, where is the safety of all of this? Why is it so low? I'm concerned that the transparency for the funds as PTA and Title I is not evident, and it's not being transparent, and we need to stop this.
Que los padres voluntarios que damos de corazón nuestro servicio para la mejoría de la educación en nuestra ciudad de Anaheim, que es hermosa, no seamos reprendidos, que no se tomen represalias en contra de nosotros, y menos sin evidencia alguna. Gracias por escucharme.
I ask that as a parent volunteers who give their heart out in service for this beautiful city of Anaheim, that we are not reprimanded by what we say and speak out, especially without any evidence. Thank you.
My next speaker is Linda Martinez. Welcome.
How many minutes do I have? How many minutes?
You have 3 minutes.
3 minutes.
And Mr. Relis will hold up the card when you have 30 seconds, the yellow side, and then you have 30 seconds from that point.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
We'll start the clock at 3 minutes, and it'll be up there if you need to reference it.
Okay. As you know, my name is Linda Martinez, and I am an advocate and also an activist for education here in Anaheim, because I've seen the needs that have been happening in the town that I grew up in. We need the community to know that safety of our students should be the most important and that needs to be protected. We know that Mr. Alvarez has voted against police presence at our schools, for instance, the GRIP program, but we need the officers' presence to protect our schools. We cannot have someone who campaigns to defund the police. We need the community to know that he is not a friend of our Anaheim parents and does not care for the safety of our students. I've experienced that at Sycamore Junior High. Next election, if you run, Mr. Alvarez, we will remember and inform the community to not vote for you. Mr. Alvarez, we want to remind you that you work for us, the voters of Anaheim. As I'm speaking to you, I want you to know about an incident that happened at Sycamore. But first, I am here because it is important to inform this community of what our schools needs. And one is that we need to have safe places where learning takes place. We parents have been requesting for past year at Sycamore Junior High to be a more safer school. And even though this is not your jurisdiction, it is important for the community to know that we care when our heart is there. Because of many concerns, parents, we were made aware that the many situations students at Sycamore experienced. As a result, parents like myself and Ms. Maria Segura were attacked in a campaign to kick us out of participating when we have been school site council parent representatives at Sycamore Junior High. This was because we brought concerns to Department of Education of Orange County and the Anaheim Union High School District Board meeting on May 4th. May 3rd was OC Department of Ed. And I'm glad that Ms. Randall Trejo is here, who represents Anaheim Union High School District. On May 5th, for no reason at all, Mr. Alvarez addressed to me that I was not welcome at Sycamore without any founded evidence that would support this decision. When I spoke with AUHSD, they shared with me that that was not their directive. But I know that it was because of advocating and the activist that I am for quality education, and because I don't share the same political affiliation as he does. It is important that parents' rights and parents-students' constitutional rights are not violated for demanding that our schools, like Sycamore, be a safe place. We need board members that do not feel entitled to attack parents just because. This is not acceptable, especially because this is something that has also happened to other parents. As I am speaking to you here today, it is really important that we make sure that our community knows, you know, what's surrounding the other schools, not particularly this district, but the surrounding schools that we fit into. Thank you so much for the opportunity of speaking to you.
Okay, moving on to our superintendent's report. 7A is where we're at in the agenda. The Local Control and Accountability Plan, LCAP, and California School Dashboard 2022-23, Local Indicators Updates from Dr. Mary O'Neill Grace, our Assistant Superintendent of Educational Services. Thank you, Dr. Grace.
Thank you again, Board President Philback, board members, cabinet, and the community. I'm here tonight to provide an update on our Local Control Accountability Plan. And it is, for reference, it's a 3-year plan. We are in the third and final year for the 23-24 school year. So I'll be presenting a few revisions that we made to the Local Control Accountability Plan tonight. The plan has 3 goals. The first one is conditions for learning, and we want to make sure that the Anaheim Elementary School District provides the highest quality conditions for learning for all students. Goal 2 is pupil outcomes, and through culturally and linguistically responsive teaching, All students in the Anaheim Elementary School District will increase and improve their academic and social emotional performance and will accelerate outcomes for our emergent bilinguals, low-income, students with disabilities, foster youth, and students who experience homelessness. The third goal is parent and student engagement, and we want our parents and students to feel welcome and cared for at all of our AESD sites. So the LCAP development is a process. There's a committee that has equal representation of teachers, classified, parents, and district staff members who meet once a month throughout the year to review the goals and actions. We look at the progress that our students are making. We make sure that the expenditures are aligned to the goals and actions, and we continue that process throughout the year. The updates for the 23-24 LCAP include, for Goal 2, under English Language Arts and Math Support, each school site receives an allocation from the LCFF funding of Supplemental and Concentration Grant. We distribute $3 million out to school sites out of the LCAP, and they are also receive $1.6 million from Title I. Those funds are represented in the school plans that you will be approving tonight and are posted on our website. In addition, for the 23-24 school year, the LCAP support, the committee cabinet felt it's important to support our schools through providing teachers on special assignment. So every school, all 24 schools, will receive a teacher on special assignment that is instructional and also provides professional development. 23 of our schools will receive an additional teacher on special assignment for instruction to provide intervention. And then our 3 larger schools, Lincoln, Ponderosa, and Ross, will receive a third person to support them. In addition, there will be, at our 6 schools that are fully matriculated with our dual language program in Spanish, we will be providing a bilingual TOSA to support the development of language, whether that is English in our emergent bilingual students or Spanish in our dual language students. And then finally, through some differentiated assistance based upon various metrics that we have, we'll be providing an additional TOSA instruction to provide intervention at Edison, Henry, and Olive Street. We will continue to fund 4 TOSAs throughout the district to focus in on developing English language acquisition with our emergent bilingual students, and they are placed pending the outcome of the recent LPAC assessment. And then finally, the district has had an ongoing commitment to our technology refresh program, so we will continue to refresh our student teacher devices, as well as provide chargers and headphones to all of our students at the school sites. We will continue to have our professional learning communities bi-weekly at each of our school sites. Our staff are feeling that time together is vital and important to continue to improve the outcomes for our students. And we will continue to fund the Renaissance Learning Program, which provides accelerated reader, as well as STAR math and early reading. In addition, this provides a cache of online books for students to be able to read at school or at home. And we will continue to provide a library book allocation to each of the school sites. For Goal 3, welcoming school environment, most of the support is focused on that social emotional learning component. So we will continue to provide behavior intervention assistance at our schools. Most of our schools have at least a half-time person, if not a full-time person. We continue to support most of our schools with a full-time nurse or a nurse at least 3 days a week. And we will provide attendance liaisons at 8 of our schools to focus and work on providing interventions to our students and families who have attendance concerns or have challenges coming to school. We will also continue to support the cost team with 1 behavioral health specialist at each of our 23 schools, 3 clinicians that work district-wide to support our families and students, as well as an additional school clinician at each of our school sites. So those are the revisions to the LCAP. In addition, part of the local control funding formula process is each year we have to look at our local indicators. And the local indicators are aligned with the 8 state priorities, and that's how our goals are formulated around those 8 state priorities. And it's to ensure that we have a system of support for all of our students from cradle to career. Each year, we are required to measure our progress on our local indicators, report them to the board, and then also post them to the California School Dashboard. There's an extensive report that's available online, and or the board has a printed copy of all of the indicators and the work that went into scoring ourselves. Under the 8 state priorities, you'll see 7 here. 1 has to do with county offices of education. So we have to have, and we have to measure each of them, either with a local assessment or a state assessment. As you can see, there are 5 local assessments that we look at annually and conduct to ensure that we are continuing to increase and improve outcomes for our students. These are some of the local measures that we look at. We look at attendance, parent, staff, student surveys, material inventories, staffing. There's various quantitative measures that we look at to measure our success in this area. Under the evaluation, you either meet, you do not meet, or you do not meet for 2 years. That's how we would score ourselves on these indicators. And we're happy to report, after going through each of the indicators and the assessments, that Anaheim Elementary School District has continued to meet all of the local indicators in each of the areas required. And that's the end of my update and report for the Local Control Accountability Plan. Are there any questions? Okay. Thank you very much. At the next board meeting, you will be provided with the final version of the LCAP for your consideration and approval. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation, Dr. Grace. All right. It is recommended the Board of Education declare a public hearing for the purpose of reviewing the proposed Local Control and Accountability Plan, LCAP, for the 2023-24 school year within the Anaheim Elementary School District in accordance with the provisions of Education Code Section 56205. The LCAP plan is on file and available for public review at the Anaheim Elementary School District website. Written comments may have been submitted up to 500 words online via a form and must have been received by 12 p.m. on Wednesday, June 14th, 23. After hearing no comments from the public, we will now adjourn the hearing and give notice that a vote on this item is scheduled for the June 28th, 2023 regular board meeting. Sorry. On to 2023-24 proposed budget and local control funding formula LCFF budget overview for parents. Jesse Chavarria, Assistant Superintendent of Administrative Services, Matt Slosser, Director of Fiscal Administrative Services, will present. Thank you.
Good evening, Board President Philbeck, members of the board. This evening, we're presenting to you the proposed 23-24 district budget. But before I get started, I do want to recognize the hard work of our fiscal and business department in putting this budget together. I do want to recognize its leaders, Matt Slusser, Priscilla Martinez, and Eduardo de la Cruz, who are here to assist in case any questions come up that I need their assistance. So the legalities in terms of adopting a district budget are the following. This evening, we're presenting to you the proposed budget. After our presentation, the board will declare a public hearing. And then on June 28th, the board will take action to adopt the budget. And if the board approves that budget, then we submit to the county, Orange County Department of Ed, our budget for them to look over, review, and approve that budget as well. So our May board meeting took place before the governor's May revision happened. So we didn't get a chance to provide you some summary of the governor's proposals for that May revision. I wanted to just kind of touch upon a few things that are incorporated into our budget, proposed budget this evening that I wanted to share with you. So one of those things is the first one, the governor proposed a 8.22 cost of living adjustment. The state legislation adopted their own budget, and of course now begins the process of them working collaboratively to see what's going to come up from that budget. But they're also proposing the 8.22% COLA, and that is incorporated into our proposed budget this evening. He also talked about an equity multiplier, meaning that any school that has a 90% or higher free and reduced numbers rate would qualify for some additional funding. For those schools, typically, schools of our size would be about $300,000 to $400,000. So we're looking to see which of our schools would qualify that. Those monies would be directed to the school side to support the academic learning of the students at those particular schools through the hiring of personnel to support the students. Then he mentioned Expanded Learning Opportunities Program. As you know, we have a very robust program, an excellent program, and he wants to support that fully again. So we're excited about that. And then universal school meals. He wants to make sure that every student, regardless of income, is able to eat a breakfast and a lunch without having to pay anything. And then the two things that we're a little bit concerned about is that he proposed a reduction of 50% of the arts, music, and instructional materials block grant. If you recall, we brought an expenditure plan to the board for approval back in December. The board approved that expenditure plan. At this point, we have spent a little bit over 50% of that. So if this became a reality, we would be losing about $4.5 million from this block grant. And then he's also proposing reducing the Learning Recovery Emergency Block Grant. We received $28 million in that block grant, and he wants to reduce it by 32%, meaning we would lose about $9 million or so. Okay? So combined, there's the potential of losing about $13 million. The good thing is that the state legislators and the budget that I just mentioned, they adopted, those reductions are a lot less that they're proposing, so we're hopeful that those numbers are less when the true budget comes into fruition. So in order to prepare our budget for you, we do have to make certain assumptions. One of the first one is the ADA funding. I do want to draw attention to this number because remember, all the whole harmless in terms of ADA goes away. So this year we're being funded at $15,044 ADA. For this coming year, we will be funded at $14,230. That means it's a loss of $800 ADA. So doing simple math at $10,000 per ADA, that's $8 million right there, not counting any potential supplemental concentration. And then we have incorporated the cost of living adjustment of 8.22%, lottery funding of $170 per ADA unrestricted and $67 per ADA restricted, a STIRS rate of 19.1, a PERS rate that is increasing from 25.37 to 26.68, and a combined increased cost in our retirement of $1.8 million. So here's our projected revenue for 23-24. Under LCFF sources, $222.8 million. Under federal revenue, $24.3 million. Under other state revenue, $60.3 million. And under local revenue, $3.7, for a combined total projected revenue in 23-24 of $311.3 million. This pie chart gives you the same information, but it gives you in a graphic format, and you can see the bulk of our revenue comes from our LCFF. Here's our projected expenditures for 23-24. Certificated salaries at $119 million, classified salaries $52 million, employee benefits $89.3 million, books and supplies $18.6 million, services and other operating expenses $32.2 million, capital outlay $13.1 million, other outgoing $6.4 million, and direct support and indirect costs $257,000. So combined total projected expenditures for 23-24, $330.7 million. Same information here in terms of each expense as it relates to the overall pie, as they say, in terms of that. And you can see the majority of the pieces of the pie, you know, of our expenditures are invested in our employees. So a budget summary here. So we begin with the 79.5 beginning fund balance. So like we stated, we project $311.3 million in revenue. Our expenditures are projected at $330.7. That gives us a deficit of $19.3 million, leaving us an ending fund balance projected at $60.2 million for 23-24. So that $60 million ending fund balance is composed of the following items listed there. Revolving cash, $75,000. Non-spendable stores, $300,000. Other non-spendable assets, $30,000. Federal, state, and local grants, $13.5 million. The 6% reserve that our board requires, $19.8 million. In commitments of $20 million. In undesignated, unrestricted, leaves us $6.3 million. So the $20 million that I just mentioned in terms of commitments, if the board recalls, back in May, you approved the resolution to commit some funds. And we said we would come to you at the, once we propose the budget for you to recommend some commitments. So we're recommending that the board commit $6.9 million to support our LCAP goals that were just shared with you, because our supplemental concentration doesn't cover all the goals and targets and resources, like Dr. Grace just mentioned, the multitude of support that we're offering the schools, right? And then in terms of, I mentioned the 800 loss in ADA, so we are recommending that we set aside 11.6, the board considers setting aside $11.6 million to help mitigate that decline in enrollment. And then in terms of an early retirement incentive expense, to set aside $1.4 million for a total combined commitment of $20 million. In creating our multi-year budget assumptions, these are the assumptions we made in terms of creating the multi-year. So for 23-24, in terms of a base for TK through third grade and including the class size reduction adjustment, we're looking to receive $10,951 per ADA. You can see that growing in 24-25 to $11,382. And then in 25-26 to $11,756, right? And in grades 4 through 6, you see the base there that we're expected to get. What the unduplicated count that we have in our 23-24 budget is 87.3%. I understand that this year we were at 89.1%. Typically we incorporate, sometimes we're very ultra conservative and we put 85%. We wanted it to be kind of in the middle this time and we implemented an 87.3%. What makes it a little bit more difficult, and that's why we put 83.3%, like I mentioned earlier, the governor proposes universal meals for everybody, so it's a lot harder to get our families to commit and fill out those applications or give us the information. So we just want to be cautious there. And then in 2024-25, we put in an 86.4, and in 25-26, we put 85%. And then in terms of enrollment, 14,121 for 23-24, and we have put in place a loss of 200 students each year for the following 2 years. And then a cost of living adjustment is reflected there of 8.22%, 24-25, 3.94%, and in 25-26, 3.29%. And then you see the lottery there. I went over that. And the purse rate, that looks to be increasing in the following 2 years, whereas our STIRS rate is expected to stay the same for the next couple of years as well. So here's our multi-year budget projection. Like I stated, a beginning fund balance of $79.5 million, expected revenue of $311.3 million, annual expenditures of $330.7. So you see the deficit that I mentioned earlier, 19.3, leaving us a fund balance of $60.2 million in 23-24. Looking at 24-25, we're projecting revenue of $286 million and expenditures of $321 million, with a deficit of $35.1 million, leaving us with a projected ending fund balance of $25.1 million. And then in 25-26, we are projecting to receive $284 million, expenditures of $288 million, giving us a deficit of $4 million, leaving us an ending fund balance of $21 million. We wanted to share with you as well a summary of other funds that we have and their balances. As you can see, our Child Development Fund begins with $1 million. We expect to receive $5.8 million, and we expect to spend that $5.8 million as well, leaving us the $1 million we started with. Deferred maintenance, $16,000. We're expecting about $1,300. Expenses of $13, leaving us $18,000. Remember, most of our funds that we use in order to fix our schools is through the routine restricted, which is 3% of our budget, so which equates to more than $7-8 million that we actually spend to upkeep our schools and our facilities. And then Building 21, we start with a $52.9 million, revenues of $2.5 million. We're committing, or we're expecting to spend $52.3 million, leaving us $3.1 million in our ending fund balance there. In capital facilities, $23.9 million to start, $674,000 in revenue, expenditures of almost $2 million, leaving us $22.6 million at the end of 23-24. And then our county schools facilities, $18.1 million, $549,000 in revenue, $97,000 in expenditures, leaving us $18 million in our ending fund balance. And then capital outlay, which is Fund 40. We start with $5 million. We're looking to receive $977,000. We're looking to spend about $2 million from there, leaving us $4 million in that fund. In a part of our proposed budget to you, we also have to do what they call the budget overview for parents, and I'm going to have Matt Slusser walk you through that.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chavarria. Good evening, Board President Philbeck, members of the Board and Cabinet. I'm going to be continuing on this presentation with the budget overview for parents, which is pretty much a summary of our general fund budget. It is submitted in conjunction with the 23-24 budget and a portion of the LCAP that Dr. Grace went over earlier this evening. It looks at LCAP and LCFF funding, general fund revenue for 23-24, total expenditures in the general fund for 23-24, and takes a step back to the year we're in now, 22-23, looking at the learning continuity plan. So the chart in front of you is the larger portion is all of the funding that we receive in the general fund. It totals $311.3 million. Mr. Chavarria just went over these items. I'll start with the smallest portion and then work my way out with that. So at just shy of 3.8 million are local funds that we receive. That would be interest or local grants. Next would be federal funds, just under 24.4 million. That would include the remaining ESSER monies that we have, as well as title programs, Title 1, 2, 3. From there, we go to other state funds, just over 60.3 million. That includes ELOP, mental health, state mental health, the grants that are distributed from CDE that are a state portion. And then our largest piece of this pie is 222.8 million. That's the total LCFF funding, which consists of state aid as well as property taxes. That is broken down into two pieces, the smaller pie chart on the right. The smaller portion, supplemental and concentration, 57.8 million. Of that, 26.2 is supplemental funding. That's what we receive for all of our unduplicated, underserved students. And then 31.6 million is concentration funding, and that's what we receive for those same students over the 55% threshold that we receive as a district. All other funds under LCFF consists of just over $165 million. So this slide takes a look at what is budgeted in our general fund, and that consists of everything from teacher salaries to support staff, custodial, transportation, and that is everything that's in Fund 1 General Fund, as Mr. Chavarria just presented. The smaller box to the right is the total budgeted expenditures in the LCAP, what Dr. Grace just went over, and that consists of 138.8 million, and those are all assigned to goals and actions as is in the LCAP. So this last slide, we look at the learning continuity plan. This is for 22-23. The blue box that you see is what was originally budgeted for 22-23 as far as the expenditures for high needs students. The green box below is what we spent on high needs students, or what we've projected to spend as the year is not over, and that's just under 59.8 million. So we are definitely doing as much as we can to support our students and our schools, and that shows by what we budgeted versus what we're spending to support the needs of ASD. And with that, I'll open it up to any questions for Mr. Chavarria or myself.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. Thank you to your team. Just a couple questions on on slide 3. You mentioned the reduction in the block grants. There's a second to last bullet point. Was that offset because of Prop 28? And do we know when that, I guess that funding allocation is coming in the fall, right? For the next fiscal year, do we know how much that is? Or if we don't know, if it's not known, when will we know?
Yes, it's kind of his thinking that we are receiving Prop 28. Right now, it's estimated for us to be about $2.4 million. But if you recall, it's called the Arts Materials Block Grant, but its use was very discretionary, right? So it wasn't meant to be used completely on the arts. And as the plan that you approved was for us to use about $1.5 million for the arts, but other sources, that's where we bought $1 million of library books in order to, have a diverse collection of each of our schools, right? And other uses as well. So the impact is that we received half of that already, right? But in the books, we had already put the entire amount. So when you saw that ending fund balance before at second interim, that reflected that amount. Right today, as we're proposing a budget, we have taken those amounts out of our ending fund balance because we're anticipating they won't be there, right? Okay. But yes, he's saying we're gonna be giving you Prop 28 monies every year. Maybe that's a way that we can capture some of that money back, yeah.
Okay, because it was my understanding in Prop 28 that would allow the legislature to then reduce other funding. So it kind of offset a little bit, right?
That's correct. So the governor is proposing to balance the budget with a lot of one-time monies, and those some of the one-time monies that he has provided to districts, and that's what he's trying to do. Take some of that back. That allocation, the other 50% hasn't been allocated. We have not received it, even though we put it in the books, right? And so right now they're holding it until it gets decided what they're going to do, right? The other one, that the learning recovery, we did receive the entire thing. So if the reduction were to take place, the way the state would collect that money would not be for us to write a check back, but it would be in whatever they dispersed in the future, they would reduce our disbursement.
Right, thank you. And the next slide, slide 4, you have the PERS and STIRS. I know I've asked this before, and it's also mentioned on slide 12, but just to confirm that it's the employer cost, right, for paying for the retirement for our employees.
That is correct. That's what we have to pay, yes.
Okay.
Mhm.
So for example, if you have an employee that's making $50,000 under PERS, we're also paying an additional $13,000 or $14,000 on top of that for their retirement. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So my question also is, why is the PERS rate higher than the STIRS rate?
So each different group, right, does their investments, right? And based on their investments, they determine what the rate's gonna be that each employer needs to support in order to meet whatever formulas they have in place as to they provide, retirement benefits. The STIRS, for whatever reason, it seems like they said, we're good, we can maintain it at the same level, and we can project that maybe the next couple of years it'll stay the same. The PERS one came, no, there is a need based on our investments that employers have to contribute a little bit more. Because early on, like a year ago, we came to you and it looked like it was gonna stay stable as well, but then they went ahead and made that change. And so the bulk of that $1.8 million is basically on the PERS side of things.
Okay, thank you. It leads me to my next question, which is on slide 12, STIRS remains stable, but PERS continues to increase. And is that for the same reason?
Yes, that is correct. So we base it upon, so PERS provides the rates every year, right? And says, plan on this in your budgets. We get the same information from the state as well as our county Office of Ed to say when you're creating your budget, please incorporate these rates into your budget. And so those get given to us based on whatever formulas they use.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Slusser, Mr. Chavarria, for the presentation, and to all of you that worked on it. Team effort. That is a lot of information, but it's critical and crucial information, so thank you very much. Okay, moving on to, let me catch up here, sorry. Okay, so it is recommended the Board of Education declare a public hearing for the purpose of reviewing the proposed budget and local control funding formula, LCFF budget. Overview for parents for the fiscal year 2023-24 within the Anaheim Elementary School District in accordance with the provisions of Education Code Section 56205. The proposed budget is on file and available for public review on the Anaheim Elementary School District website. Written comments up to 500 words may have been submitted online via a form and must have been received by 12 p.m. on Wednesday, June 14th, 23. Hearing no comments from the public, we will now adjourn the hearing and give notice that a vote on this item is scheduled for the June 28th, 2023 regular board meeting. Next presentation, Special Education Local Plan Area SELPA, sorry, I said corrected, SELPA. Annual Service Plan and Annual Budget Plan. Kristen Cinco, our Senior Director of Special Services, and Matt Slusser, Director of Fiscal Administrative Services. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, board members and cabinet. I bring a partner with me this year. We're partnering with Gen Ed. So this is our annual review of the SELPA Annual Budget Plan and Annual Service Plan. SELPA stands for Special Education Local Plan Area. This is an ed code requirement. For us as a single district SELPA, you've already heard a lot of information about the LCAP, about the fiscal information. The intent of this process in ed code is to shine a light on what's happening with special education funding and transparency in areas related to both the funding and the services provided. So these are the different sections of the local plan. There are some certifications and signature pages in between, but these are the meat of the process. The big one is due again for us next year, every 3 years, and that's where it specifies how we comply with all the different laws related to providing special education for students. Tonight, the annual requirements are the annual budget plan and the annual service plan. This is a quick summary of the reasons for this process. It's really to be transparent about where the money is coming from to fund special education programs, where we plan to spend it as a SELPA, which is also the district, how we are using the money to operate the SELPA, and then also there's a focus increasingly on how we are supporting students in more inclusive settings or less restrictive settings. And so they want more information about how do we plan to spend money and how much money are we spending to support students in regular classrooms, like general ed classrooms, with a specific emphasis on students with low incidence disabilities. So I'm gonna ask Matt Slusser for a quick moment here.
Thank you, Kristen. So with the annual budget plan, we look at total funding sources that we receive for special education. The total of that is just under $18 million, and it consists of AB 602 state aid, property taxes, some federal monies of IDA Part B and Part C, state infant toddler, state mental health, federal mental health, and then we have a small amount of other projected revenue. This is a portion of what Mr. Chavarria and myself presented in the last presentation. Here we show so that you can visually see how much we receive of each as far as a portion. So the state portion, just under 13.8 million, federal, a smaller amount, 3.8. The most significant amount that we receive comes from our general fund, and that's the local contribution of 33.2 million. With state and federal, we do not receive enough funding to fund all of the expenditures in special education, so the remaining amount as needed comes from the general fund. This is a summary of the main object codes for expenditures, starting with teacher salaries, just over 17.4 million, classified salaries, just under 12.9 million, employee benefits, just under 15.5 million, and there's an arrow pointing to that cost has increased with us having benefited employees in the budget. Supplies, just under 400,000. Object code 5,000, service and operations, those are consulted services. That has increased just over 2.4 million. We have no capital outlay, and then other outgo financing 2.3 million, that would be payments to other districts, county offices to provide support for our students. With that, I'll hand it back to Kristen.
So this is one of the areas that I'm showing a little differently than I have in prior years. It's really focusing on providing some information about where are we choosing to spend money in supporting students in the regular ed or general ed classrooms. The largest expense for us in that area is with aid support for students to try to keep them integrated in more inclusive and less restrictive settings. So we're projecting to spend about just under $4.8 million, which is 25% of the federal and state funding. It's required as we report that in this process. And then of that amount, 1.2 million, or almost 1.3, is specific to supporting students with low incidence disabilities in those settings. Those are students who may have orthopedic impairments like cerebral palsy. They may be hard of hearing, deaf, visual impairments. So some of the low incidence disabilities that require very specialized supports. We are spending money in helping to support them in the classroom.
I'm sorry, is this presentation, was that given to us? Because I'm looking through here and I do not see anything. It's a PDF one?
Yeah, okay. One other portion of the annual budget plan is providing some transparency about where the money goes to operate SELPA. As we are a single district SELPA, there is no separate expenses for SELPA. They are all one and the same. I am the SELPA director and the director of special education for the district. So that's a visual representation of that. And then the second part of the process we're going through tonight is the annual service plan. The intent of this is to provide information about what are the services we provided and where we provide them within the district. This, and for those of you that have it print out in the audience, it printed out sideways, which is a little bizarre, but in the presentation itself, there's a picture. Essentially, this has all of the schools within the district and all of the service codes as they're indicated in the ed code. We are able to provide the special ed services for any of the areas of service that fall within our age range. As an elementary district, there are parts of the ed code and services we don't provide as an elementary, related to transition plans that need to be in IEPs as students reach older ages, adult transition, things like that. So the only services that we are not providing or we don't provide are ones that are outside of our age range. Otherwise, we have the ability to create programs at any of the campuses within our district. So the next steps, tonight's the public hearing. Shortly following this, then on the 28th, board approval. Following board approval, it goes a quick through the county for county approval and then submitted to CDE by the end of June 30th. And that's all. Any questions? All right,
Yes.
thank you.
I have one question for you.
Sure.
Go ahead.
Maybe more. We'll start with just one. I was just wondering, on slide 7, it was mentioned that we have 33 million of our general fund for SELPA. And I think, Mr. Slusser, you mentioned that the federal and the state is too low to kind of...
Hot topic of conversation. You're not alone with those questions. So when, in 1975, when the federal government came up with the laws, IDEA, which governs special education, they talked about full funding for special education, which was only intended to be 40% if they were providing the full funding. The idea is there's always going to be a contribution from general education because students are gen ed students first. So the money we get is to provide the services above and beyond that, but the amount of money they provide is not sufficient to cover the full cost of the legally mandated programs. So that's where the contribution comes into play, is that there's always going to be a contribution on some level. It has gone up through the years. We are not alone in that. Ours is commensurate with other districts across the state, but that is an increase. Did you anything you wanted to add? No? Okay. And it's not just specific to a SELPA expense. Since we're single district, that's the cost of providing special education to the students that enroll and live within our district.
Thank you. That was going to lead me to my next question, which is that kind of the average that the local education agency will provide about 2/3 of the funding?
Our contribution and how we have money coming from the general fund, yes, it's commensurate. We all statewide, it's rising. We are in line with what's happening. There's some higher than us. There's some lower than us. It's all guided as well by maintenance of effort, which is a whole other conversation I don't know that you want to dive into today. But yeah, we are generally in line with where other districts are.
Okay, I just want to confirm with all the other SELPAs that's...
Yes.
So I know we've talked in the past also another conversation just about the pros and cons of being a single member, single district SELPA as well. So, okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Anyone else? Thank you so much for the presentation. We
Thank
appreciate that very much. It's recommended the Board of Education declare a public hearing for the purpose of review and adoption of the Special Education Local Plan Area, SELPA, Annual Service Plan and Annual Budget Plan in accordance with the Education Code 56205. These documents are required components of the SELPA local plan and will be submitted to the California Department of Education by June 30th, 2023. The annual service plan includes a description of services provided and demonstrates that all individuals with exceptional needs shall have access to services and instruction appropriate to meet their needs as currently specified in the Individualized Education programs. The annual budget plan is a report of specific revenues and expenditures as required by Education Code 56205, and copies of these plans are available for inspection in the Special Services Office. Written comments may have been submitted today by 12 p.m. After hearing no comments from the public, we will now adjourn the hearing and give notice that a vote on this item is scheduled for the June 28, 2023 regular board meeting, which is moving us into the consent calendar. Are there any items to be pulled at this time by any board members?
Thank you, Madam President. I would like to pull item A11 on page 7. Again, A11 on page 7. Thank you.
The agreement, Dr. McGillis, between the district and the Orange County District Attorney's Office?
Correct.
Okay. Okay, so may I have a motion to approve all the other items in the consent calendar?
So moved.
Second, Lopez.
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
That's a 5-0. Okay, now we are going to go back to item 811 on page 7. And I will read the item. It is recommended the Board of Education approve an agreement between the district and the Orange County District, Attorney's Office, 300 North Flower Street, Santa Ana, to facilitate the OC GRIP Waymakers component at Thomas Edison, Melbourne, Gower, and Ponderosa schools effective July 1st, 2023 through June 30th, 2024. The fee for this service shall not exceed $24,932.73.
So moved.
Second, Alvarez.
All right, this opens it up to discussion.
I'd like to make comment on this item. I'm in a position to not be able to support programming that's inherently, I guess you could say, stereotyping our community in a, what I would say is through a deficit lens. I believe it behooves us as a body to take anti-racist moves to support our families who are still existing in a, what I would also, I guess, move to say is a inherently racist system that we are living in as well. So that's just my take on this. I would actually rather see close to $25,000 invested in the amazing programming we already have. I have full faith in our staff and our ELOP programming and anybody that works for us in the amazing things we're already doing, that they could come up with strategies that would help support our families in the way that this program is claiming to do so without inherently being racist and tagging our kids as gang members. So that's just my 2 cents on that.
Yeah, I'm just not changing my position from last year. In the end of the day, it is important, and I'm so grateful for our police department. In fact, they're right behind this door for their service to our community. What it's important to understand, right, because this topic gets very politicized. In public comment, it was very politicized, making us look like we're anti-cop, right? It's not. OC GRIP is a curriculum. It's a gang prevention curriculum for our students, and I don't believe that it's a good program to have in our schools. Do we need to work with the police? Absolutely, especially during the current political crisis or during the current issue with regards to guns, right, throughout the country. We need to work with our police department, right? But when it comes to gang prevention, there are tons of gang prevention programs out there. There's a whole research area within programs, and I think I mentioned this last year. Let's work with our communities. Like in LA, I know that they work with, there's an organization called Homeboy Industries, right? By Father Greg Boyle that empowers and works with gangs, right? When you work against gangs, it only creates a bigger problem. It's just a Band-Aid fix. We need to look at long-term solutions here, right? I'm not saying I'm anti-cop. It's not saying that I don't believe in police presence, right, in our school sites. I don't believe that they should be teaching our kids about gang prevention, right? In fact, I encourage, if you watch the video from last year, the way in which the presenter from a district attorney framed our communities and our students and families from a deficit lens. Clearly, you have no idea about our communities and kids when you talk as if gangs are not part of the community. They are. We need to work with them, right? Not against, right? Because obviously, in the last how many decades, problems keeps reoccurring, right? We keep pushing them back, but they find a different form. And like I said before, last year, around this time, I was a gang member. I was jumped in a gang when I was at Loera High School for 1 minute by 8 guys older than me, right? I know what I'm talking about. Let's work with our gangs. Let's have them come out and talk to our kids about not joining. Maybe prisoners, right? And I know this is going to get very politicized and probably put on YouTube, but in the end of the day, OC grip does not work, all right? And I will never, not for $24,000, not for $80,000, I will not support us spending money on this program. Thank you.
Some clarification, Dr. Downing. We did, is this relative to or related to the survey that we just put out to the parents at the schools? And the survey was basically, do you want to have the GRIP program or you don't? Could you clarify a little bit what we're looking at here in this particular item? And with regards to that survey, and also, can you give us the results? I don't want to put you on the spot, but I know that a lot of the schools that I looked at, it was they wanted the program, but then there's the school has to fund it, or?
Yes, the schools this year were asked to fund the program. So we surveyed the community, shared the survey with the board prior to sending it out as well. And the second part of the process was that the schools had to take this item to their school site council to authorize the use of the funding. So the 3 schools that are listed completed that process. They had positive surveys in their school site council, which, as you're aware, is consisting of half parents, voted to use site-based funding to support their continued presence in the OC GRIP program.
To clarify, Edison, Gower, and Ponderosa are paying for this through their site council funds, school funds that their site council, which is made up of also parents and staff, approved.
Correct.
So that's what we're looking at here.
Yes.
Okay, and then so I want to respect that survey. We went to all the trouble to do it, and if they voted to, through their site council to pay for it, they're the ones actually paying for it through their school funds. Okay, and I will say that I've attended a lot. I want to respect all the opinions here. I've attended a lot of the programming, and it's not just gang prevention. I've seen a lot of other elements brought in, motivational and positive thinking and also resources. So, but I just wanted to clarify that this is directly related to the survey we put out. They've decided they want it, and they're paying for it. Correct?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else have any opinions or questions?
I had a couple questions on the survey. So, number one, do you know if it was a unanimous vote or was there any opposition that was stated? And secondly, moving forward after this is a 1-year contract. Moving forward, what is our plan for that? And then third, in the survey, the parents, the site representatives understand that it is going to detract or it's going to reduce funding for any other programs. And that was made very clear.
Yes, and we would have to check the minutes for the actual vote, but it passed in the 3 schools by majority. Secondly, this contract is on an annual basis. It would come to the board next year for renewal, And your third question, I'm sorry? Yeah, and it was, again, presented to the school site councils. It was actually in the survey that the sites would have to pay.
Last year, Dr. Downing, didn't you survey the staff as a whole to overall look at all programming throughout the entire district? And wasn't OC Grip one of the programs that the staff as a whole felt should be eliminated when we looked at all programming?
OC Grip was identified as an optional program, meaning that if a school wanted to continue with it, they had to use site-based funding. So that is why we took the process that we did. Those school sites had to bring this item to their school site council, who is decision-making and who made the decision to authorize the use of this funding.
Nobody else? Can we proceed to a vote?
Well, related to
ahead.
this, do we expect there's gonna be another item on this in the near future for other sites? Or is it just these 3 sites?
No, based on the votes, it is these 3 sites.
Thank you.
I believe that some of the other surveys were very positive. However, the site council then did not vote to pay for it. But the parent, it's, because I noticed that. The parents wanted it. The survey reflected that. However, when it went to the site council, it was not, the funding was not voted. Correct? Am I correct, Dr. Jones?
Can you tell us which were the sites that voted not to have it?
Tracy? Yeah.
That's correct, yes.
So just a clarifying question, last year we spent 80,000. This year we're asking for 24,000. How was it before last year? Who funded this program?
We did.
Last year, the district funded the program.
And the year before?
The district funded the program. Actually, last year was the first time that we received a request to contribute for a staff member. This year, OC Grip worked with outside donators. They reduced the cost to $40,000 approximately, and the proportional share for the 3 schools would be $24,000. And we've communicated with OC Grip, and the MOU would indicate that these 3 schools would continue.
So I'm going to respect the decision of the schools that they've chosen to make, and
I'll respect the decisions of the community who voted for us.
so can we go?
Well, I had one other question.
Sure,
Because
go right ahead. Go right ahead.
Originally, the funding amount was 40,000. That was the request. Now it's less than 25,000. So
No, the amount of 40,000 would encompass also Price and Henry.
Right.
But because those schools are not participating, the proportional remaining cost for support from the Waymaker staff member for those 3 schools would be 24,000. So approximately 8,000 roughly per site.
Okay, thank you.
I think it's important to note too that community is represented because there are parents on the site council that are making these decisions too. So let's just go ahead and we can agree to disagree. Let's go forward to the vote and see what we get. So I believe I have a motion by Ryan and a second, I'm sorry, Mr. Reles, and a second by Mr. Alvarez, correct? All right, with the discussion being finished, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And I believe that was, how many in favor? Raise your hand, please. 3? Okay. And opposed?
Opposed.
Opposed.
Okay, so we have 2 opposed and no one abstained. So it passes with a 3-2. Correct? Did I get that right? Okay, thank you. Thank you, and it was a great discussion, so thank you. Okay, now we're going to move on to the action calendar. The superintendent's office. Double checks, okay. It's recommended the Board of Education receive for first reading revisions to the following board policies and administrative regulations. AR 5117, inter-district attendance. Motion, please.
So moved.
Second, Lopez.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And I believe that's a 5-0. Educational Services, none. SELPA, none. On to Human Resources. Item 1, it's recommended the Board of Education approve the new job description and recruitment for Curriculum Specialist, Speech and Language Services. This position will be placed on range 11 of the Certificated Management Salary Schedule based on 202 days, effective June 15th, 2023.
So moved.
Second, Lopez.
Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
That is a 5-0. It's recommended the Board of Education approve the appointment of applicants, number 061-42023-03, number 061-42023-04, and number 061-42023-05, number 061-42023-06, and number 061-42023-07 to the position of Leadership Assistant effective July 1st, 2023, at a site to be determined. Motion, please.
So moved.
Second, Alvarez.
Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
That's a 5-0. Dina Melland, Assistant Superintendent of HR, will now provide a short introduction.
Short, thank you. Congratulations to the following new ELOP leadership assistants who will begin with the 23-24 school year. Christopher Locke is currently a 6th grade teacher at Stoddard School and has been with AESD for 20 years. Margarita Trujillo de Pedrosa is currently a 3rd grade teacher at Franklin School and has been with AESD for 27 years. Amber Vasquez is a 5th grade teacher at Orange Grove School and has been with AESD for 6.5 years. Christina Campbell is currently working as a 4th grade teacher at Vista Condor Global Academy and has been in education for 11 years. And Susan Luna is working for the Salem Kaiser Public Schools in Salem, Oregon as a gifted and talented program associate. Prior to that, Susan worked at AESD's Franklin School as a coach and a classroom teacher. Congratulations to these new leadership assistants.
Okay, moving on. It's to item 3. It's recommended the Board of Education approve the appointment of applicant number 061-42023-08 to the position of Curriculum Specialist for the Curriculum and Instruction Department, working with the DLI Mandarin program effective July 1st, 2023. Motion, please.
So moved, Alvarez.
Second, Lopez.
Any discussion on the item? All in favor?
Aye.
That is a 5-0. Dina Melland, Assistant Superintendent, will give us another introduction.
Shorter. Congratulations to Kami Wong. Kami currently works in the Walnut Valley Unified School District as a Title I specialist. She has spent her 16 years in education in Walnut Valley, also working as a DLI classroom teacher. Kami will join AESD for the 23-24 school year.
Thank you and congratulations. Okay, we're moving on to our administrative services, none. And finally, we are getting there. We're getting to the end. Board discussion, and we'll start with Mr. Alvarez.
Thank you, Board President. I just want to start off by profusely apologizing to all of you for having to hear comments today that come directly from my personal job function that has nothing to do with this school district, so I'm so sorry about that. I'm going to move on. On May 12th, I went to the Roosevelt plaque dedication at Roosevelt. It was a kind of cool event. I showed up a little late, unfortunately, so I missed the student performances, but it was nice to be there. Kind of interesting to see your name on a plaque. It's weird, but kind of cool. I'm really proud of the schools that we're building, and I'm looking forward to the future projects that are coming, so that was a great place to be at. On May 20th, I went to the Villages of California Mental Health Awareness Fair with my son, Reese. Really fun. I had a petting zoo there. He really liked that a lot. One of the Orange County Department of Ed booths was a bunch of manipulatives and hands-on toys for the kids to play with, so he had a lot of fun playing with those. There were some that were little puzzles that you have to figure out how to unlink the chains and things like that are meant to calm students down. So that brings up my next point about bringing well spaces to our district. I don't know if we've talked about that. So I don't know if I could request from a cabinet if we could reach out to the Orange County Department of Ed if maybe they can come and do a presentation on well spaces, and we can look into maybe bringing those in. Essentially, they're just rooms in our schools where students can go to decompress, or if they're stressed out, they can go to de-stress, find a quiet space to improve their mental health, right? So if we can look into that, that'd be great, and I would appreciate that. Got the idea from visiting that fair. That same day, I went to the Anaheim Children's Festival. Always great to see our staff at our booths representing us well, and having fun with our community and doing crafts, things like that. Reese was able to make himself a Pikachu hat and a Pokeball. Is that what it's called? Pokeball? Pokedeck? No, I don't know. It's a Pokeball. Yeah. With the public library, and got a book and things like that. It was fun. Let's see, on May 30th, I went to the Whammy with the majority of everybody here. Lots of fun to see everyone come together in a different light, bringing that event back, and just spending some time with our retirees and honoring them for their service. A lot of our retirees have invested so much of their life and their livelihood in this district, and it shows, right? So everyone's appreciated, and I'm great that we're able to celebrate them at the stadium. It's a lot of fun there. And seeing everyone on Jumbotron was kind of cool too. Like I don't remember that happening before, right? So the Jumbotron was awesome. So that was kind of cool. People go to baseball games hoping to get on that screen, and everybody there was on there, right? So that was fun. May 31st, I went to the Anaheim Elementary Soccer Club Championship. I was just drawn back with, I was in awe, right? Because it was just a culmination of all the things we're doing in our Anaheim Succeeds programming, right? All in one space, all for cheering on teams that were investing a lot of their times. The students' reactions for winning and also coming in second place were that of a true championship, right? Like the students and the staff were invested, and I know it's because we are investing in our staff and our students, right? And making sure that there's opportunities for our families to celebrate one another. It was great to see all the aspects come together: the cheerleading, the band, all the kids that came out to support, the families, the gathering. There was even a snack bar. Everything was legit, right? And super well planned and well thought out. And so it was really fun to be there with my son and enjoy the afternoon and see Jefferson win that title. Okay, and then on June 6th, I actually was able to visit Horace Mann. It was the last week of school, and they had the Math Olympics also through ELOP. And so my son Reese got to compete. It was like a Jeopardy style trivia type game where the third, it was second, third, and fourth grade. No, first, second, and third graders were up in teams, and they had little buzzers and everything, and they would choose categories like Jeopardy and answer in the form of a question. It was really cool. The kids had a lot of fun, and I particularly enjoy it because it's math, so it takes me back, right? Because I love math. There were some questions that were kind of abstract, and I was like, oh, that's so cool that we're showing our kids to think that way already in first, second, third grade, right? So I was just really in awe of our programming, and it's fun and also academic, right? So it's always great to see that happening where the kids are engaging themselves in fun through academics. And that's all I have for my report. I really appreciate everything, and I hope everyone, our staff, has a great summer. Congratulations to our promoting sixth graders and their families moving on to junior high. And that concludes my report. Thank you.
All right. First of all, Mr. Alvarez, I don't think you have anything to apologize for to start with. But so for my board report, a little bit lengthy, so I'll try to be a little concise on this. I was able to attend on May 11th several of our open houses that we had throughout the district. So I started off at AEOA, made my way over to Clara Barton, over to Gower. Then I was able to go to Orange Grove, Olive Street, and just got the tail end of Theodore Roosevelt. So it was great to see all the creativity, see all of the student work samples that were there. Looked like a great turnout at all of the sites. So I think that's a great opportunity for our parents, our community members to come into the schools and see all the wonderful, amazing things we're doing here at Anaheim Elementary. So I want to thank all the staff at each of the school sites. I'll try to get to some of the other ones next year. So thank you for allowing me to come onto the campus and see all the great things we're doing. Next day, May 12th, as Mr. Alvarez mentioned, I was also at the Theodore Roosevelt plaque ceremony. Mr. Gardner was also present for that, which was great. Also appreciated that some of the members of our city council were able to attend. We saw that in our news and updates. So I think I really appreciate the fact that they support our public schools so much, that they were able to attend. I know that they do support our public schools because we see it in our news and updates all the time, and we see it in our council communications, and we see it in their social media, and we see it in their newsletters. So I think it's wonderful, and I hope they continue to showcase all the wonderful things that we do at our public schools here. And I hope they continue to promote that. May 16th, I was able to attend the Community School Steering Committee at Key Elementary. So it's nice that we're getting a lot of use out of that facility over there. It was a pretty full meeting, as I recall, so it provided ample opportunities for stakeholder input and an opportunity for our community to come together once again to be able to discuss the future of Anaheim Elementary and our priorities. Very next day, May 17th, I was back at Key Elementary again. We had our induction colloquium, which was Dr. Grace mentioned. So I want to congratulate all the candidates who completed their 2 years of induction. I want them to also know that support doesn't end just because they clear their credential. The support's still there. I want to thank our induction support providers and also our HR team for helping to organize that and putting together all the logistics. So thank you for that. Later that evening, I was able to attend with Board Clerk Relis. There's an Anaheim award ceremony that was recognizing our very own Dr. Valdez from Ponderosa. He was recognized by the city of Anaheim for his work with the community, National Night Out. So they wanted to recognize him for that. So just want to congratulate him for that. May 20th, I attended a community event. Some of our families were there. This was for Disneyland Forward. They had a community event talking about their park's expansion. So the reason I bring it up is a lot of our families, our parents were there. One of the, our Madres en Acción had promoted it and was looking for community input. So thus far, it looks like it's just a private company that wants to expand on their own dime, and it's not going to cost taxpayers anything, and it's not going to be any kind of subsidies from the city coffers, which I think is a very refreshing concept. So I'm looking forward to more details coming out about that. May 23rd, I had the opportunity with some of the staff, Dr. Downing, a couple of my board colleagues, to attend the Anaheim State of the City, which is the first one I've attended in about 4 years by choice. So so I'm looking forward to this renewed partnership with the mayor's office, which was is an understatement, I think, lacking for the last few years under the previous mayoral administration. But I think things are going to be turning around, so I want to be optimistic about that. And then, as Mr. Alvarez mentioned, I did attend also the WAMI retirement celebration. So great job, Dr. Downing, and also our very own Mr. Chavarria and Dr. Grace for emceeing with all the awards. So, and the auction, I didn't get anything on the auction, but it was still a great opportunity for us to recognize all of our long-serving employees on a well-deserved retirement. So congratulations to all of them. And then finally, I was able to attend the end of the year luncheon. And I actually got to participate in some of our Oscar awards ceremony and recognizing, the energy in the room here was pretty overwhelming. It really made me feel like, working at a high school, I want to come back to the elementary school district and just be able to enjoy that. And I know Mr. Slesser left, but I was cheering for him for the party streamer competition that he was involved in. So yeah, that was really something. So with that, I will go ahead and conclude my remarks. Thank you.
All right. I also attended Claire Barton's open house, and I want to give a shout out to all the teachers were amazing, but I particularly loved how the third grade team, Mrs. Jackson, Alvarez, and Marinkovic, I love how they utilized their science culminating project. I think it was on geography, earth science, and they themed it right? Their room was not only displaying all these amazing projects, and when I say amazing, I'm like, wow, did you, like, wow, like talk about STEAM education and things moving, and I mean, it was just beautiful, some of these projects, and how they were able to, one teacher had like a Hawaiian theme in the background, and so it kind of felt like it was already summer. But so great job. I love the food options too that Barton had during open house. But I encourage more, right? Long lines were super long, but yeah, bring out different vendors. I love how our city has so many different vendors all over in every corner. That's so beautiful. Okay, sorry. May 13th, I did attend an event from one of our AESD parents. I won't say his name, but he did choose to go to Anaheim Elementary. A lot of people from outside of Anaheim tend to send their kids here. I was just with some friends last weekend saying that, oh, we're sending our kid to one of your schools because you have DLI, right? And he sent his son here because of DLI. I came to support him because he had a book fair, and unfortunately he lives in Placentia Yorba Linda where they ban books, but he had a book fair, right? And it was just beautiful to see all these community members, and a lot of our even parents came out from Anaheim Elementary to support him because yeah, they are in dire need of a curriculum that is responsive to their communities. Going on to May 26th, I did attend, and thank you, Dr. Grace, for sharing that. The Betsy Ross DLI SEAL Pathway to Biliteracy Awards. I'm so proud of our very first in Ross 6th grade class who's graduating. I can't believe that, man, it's already been my 6th year and a semester on the board. And already Ross has his first graduating class. I was so proud. I was so proud to see all the students there, and the teacher and the love they had for her. And you could really tell that she, was with her students for those 3 years because it was definitely a family. So kudos to the principal and everybody who was on that, and also Principal Graper. I know that she was principal there when it first started, so I want to make sure she gets credit. And then June 6th, I did attend Madison Elementary 6th grade promotion with Dr. Downing. It was awesome. I really like how it was very intimate, right? They did different grade levels. Every school does it differently, and I like that we give them that option. Barton's 6th grade promotion was awesome, and I definitely want to give kudos to the PTA of Barton. Of course, the PTA throughout our whole district. But I absolutely loved all of the backgrounds, all of the decorations. I mean, they were absolutely beautiful. So kudos to the parents and everybody who worked on that. And on a quick side note, I know it's not our district, but in Long Beach Unified, my goddaughter, my godson goes to Cubberley Elementary. And they had, and I was invited to come for lunch to represent them, their ninong or their uncle. And it was really cool. Towards the end of the school year, they have an event, and they're just throwing out ideas where all the 1st grade students or all the 2nd grade students on another day, 3rd grade another day, they invite a family member and they just have lunch on the lawn. That's it. Just for, I know recesses or lunch is longer, but, you get to, for the first, I know I'm not a parent, but it was really nice to have conversations, meet other parents, and I felt like a parent. So for the parents out there, wow, it's a lot, right? But it was just, it filled me with joy. So I did want to share that as well. Yeah, thank you. That concludes my report.
All right. So I'd like to start off first by just, since Trustee Anne-Marie Randall Trejo is here, I just want to thank you on behalf of our district here in the Anaheim Elementary School District for all the fantastic things that our students in AUHSD did as they did these graduation walks and walked through all of our elementary schools. That is very uplifting. That is very exciting. And to see it at the junior high school level as well, and see you guys expand and go and reach further and further and connect more of our students with what is possible and what we expect and what we are so excited for in their future. Kudos to you and you know, AUHSD and your fellow board members there for making this happen. And thank you, team in Anaheim Elementary, for working so closely with our partners in AUHSD to ensure that all of our schools get access to these graduation walks. It's super cool stuff. With that said, a lot of the stuff has already been covered. The community schools meeting at Key, rad. The induction colloquium over at Key again, even better. It was one of these things because of the fact that, honestly, poor Dr. Downing, he has to definitely deal with me and watch like civil in regards to my personalities and my moods. I was all stressed and I was all flustered and work was intense, and I was like, all right, I gotta go, you know, and I headed over here real quick. I was speeding. I get here on time. I don't want to miss anything at the expense of having FOMO, you know. So I wanted to make sure I get here ASAP. I got here, I go to the door, and it's locked. And I'm like, what the heck? It's today, right? This event's supposed to take place today. And then all of a sudden, I feel a little relief because of the fact that I see Trustee Lopez show up in his suit, all nice, you know, strolling in. And he's like, what's going on? And I was like, the door's locked and stuff. And so he goes and he looks at the memo. And of course, it's clear that I don't know how to read the directions appropriately. It clearly stated that it was going to be over at Key this year to accommodate the large induction group that we had. So I get there. At first, I was like, I'm not going. I got to go to the district and drop something off for AUHSD. I get to district. I drop it off. I look at the time, and I'm like, okay, I can go over there. I get there. Dr. Downing greets me at the door. Hey, would you like to say anything? No. And then all of a sudden, they're like, Trustee Relis, would you like to say something? And I'm like, yes, you know. And then I don't remember what I blabbered on for about 10 minutes. But it was fantastic. Everybody had a good time, and we are very, very, very proud of our candidates that basically, you know, were cleared and participated in this. And kudos to them and their amazing, 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 you know, mentors that they have here in our district. The community member recognition of Ponderosa Principal Dr. Valdez was something very, very, something that we were all very, very proud of. It was cool. It was exciting. It's definitely great to have an individual who is from our community, who works now as principal at one of our schools, go out into our community, engage with our Madres en Acción, engage in our different other networks that we have there, since Ponderosa is a community school, and basically make those connections and really have a presence. So all of us were singing him praises, very proud, and just happy to see him receive this recognition at the River Arena. PTA end of the year celebration, awesome. Very delicious food. I was able to run over there. It's one of these things where I feel so guilty just because of the fact that I can only go for a little bit. It's definitely different being an administrator. We have a lot of responsibilities, a lot of different roles that we have to play. And in today's day and age, I mean, it's not as simple as just going out there and just standing there. A lot of things take place, as my colleagues know. So if it was that simple, I'm sure everybody would be an administrator. And honestly, I look back when I was a teacher and be like, administrators, how hard is it? I look back and I'm just like, what an idiot you were, Ryan. But it is challenging. So as a result, I was able to run over there to the PTA end of the year celebration, stuff my face with about 5 tacos, and then turn around and head back to work. State of the city, same thing like my colleague Trustee Lopez said. It is my first State of the City in a while. I think that our mayor, Ms. Ashley Aiken, did a really great job in regards to it. The energy was great, the food was delicious, and the energy was high, and it was great to see some good presence amongst us here in the Anaheim Elementary School District. The Whammy. Whammy's always one of my favorite events. Good time. What was even more special about it is because of the fact that one of the individuals who we honored happened to be an old friend of mine's mom, who I honestly had no idea was actually retiring. And so when we were there, she was like, Ryan? I was like, Crystal? And that was really cool. We started going down that path of memory lane down high school. Remember this, remember that? Do you talk to so-and-so? Nope. But the individuals, it was funny because of the fact that the individuals that I still keep in contact with are all my friends who have their children here in the amazing Anaheim Elementary School District. And that is actually quite a few of them. The next day was able to once again head over later on that week over to the Dots Luncheon. The Academy Awards was awesome. I think that everybody brought some high energy there. Literally, once again, the energy was so high in this room. Everybody was so pumped and excited and celebratory. I left completely drenched in sweat and had to go back to work. People were like, "Did you go work out?" And I was like, "No." I went to go, of course, eat again. Then I went to the soccer championship, which was fantastic. A colleague of mine who works in the Anaheim Union High School District, he was there with his daughter. His wife was there. She works in a neighboring district. They were so impressed because they're like, we cannot believe that this is happening. Like, this is the most amazing thing ever. This celebration here, the community all gathering together, this is like what education should be about. You know, this is what it's all about. And even the workers there, who were some of my former students that work in the Parks and Rec, they were telling us, they're like, man, we haven't even had this like when we had CIF games here and stuff. This is like the best. And it truly was, to see our students play, to see the sportsmanship, to see the cheerleaders, the band, the ballet folklorico, you know, embracing our cultural heritage and being culturally sensitive towards our community. I mean, it was just rad. And of course, I would be, you know, not a good founder of an organization if I didn't give a shout out to the Anaheim Bros who work the snack stand. Thank you, Anaheim Bros. And that concludes my report. Thank you.
Okay, here we go. As mentioned by Dr. Grace, the First Five launch, and I mentioned that as because I'm a commissioner for First Five, and our district hosted the launch at Sunkist, and Dr. Downing was there with me, and there were just a lot of, there were some officials there, and it was just well attended, and the kids had a blast. I didn't think we were going to be able to get the kids away from all of the games and everything that they were playing. And so I encourage everyone, we have this website on, the Kid Builders website on our website. Please look at it, and what you'll basically find is you will find just a ton of events, all blocked out from 0 through 5 years. And I have 4 grandchildren, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So I've played a lot of these things. It's games, and it's word things, and just physical games. So, and it's in different languages. Please check it out. It's a fantastic resource. For the open houses, I kind of went a little different. I've tried to run around to several. Like, I'm impressed, Mr. Lopez, that I am impressed, because when I've tried, I'm just usually getting in the last minute of one of them. So I just focused on 2 this year, Westmont and Franklin, because I hadn't been out to those schools in a while. And they both just had absolutely great programs going on, and I loved seeing the children, the students perform, and both were very well attended. Also attended the Supervisor Chafee's Condition of Children's Annual Report. I like to go to those because there's a lot of information that is connected to our children's ages in our district. The plaque, as everybody mentioned, you know, I think we're all really proud of Roosevelt. We're proud of that school. And I'll just say that I'm really appreciative and grateful of the honor that was given to all of us. So I really appreciate that. The PLI, the Roaring 20s breakfast was fantastic. There was a photo booth. We all had a blast. It was attended by council members, and there was a ton of people there, and it was so much fun. I also had an opportunity then soon after to meet with the mayor regarding First Five early childhood issues, but she also asked questions about our district, and I think we've all mentioned that there is a great presence now in our district from the mayor and several council members, and we are most appreciative of that. I also attended the induction colloquium, and I will admit that I came to the district first also. So you guys are not alone, except I maybe was a little early, so I didn't necessarily get caught arriving late, but I actually, yeah, well, we have to read those notices. We're just, you know, we just all thought it was going to be here again. So thank you to the support providers, and congratulations to everyone who completed the program. I was also at the River Church to attend the Police Awards, where Dr. Valdez received his award. Community Member Recognition Award, and we were all very proud. It was just really great to be there with his family. I attended the Revere Spring Concert, which had a theme of Build a Song. There was like 2 or 3, but one was what they do is the drums start, and then they keep adding on, and then keyboard, and it, you know, goes into the whole production. And I especially liked Lowrider and Don't Stop Believin'. It was real fun. So the annual Children's Festival at Pearson Park, ran into people there that saw Mr. Alvarez and his kids. That was a blast. That's just really a fun event, and there's all kinds of, took my grandkids, and there's I had to leave early. So, and left my daughter to deal with pulling them away because there was so much to do you couldn't even get to it all. The PTA celebration, breakfast brunch, spill the tea theme was wonderful, and I always love to attend those and get to see everybody in the PTA and all the parent leaders having so much fun. Then a PTA council meeting, still doing business there and getting that done. Also, I attended the State of the City at the Grove, and I'll just leave the comments with everyone that everyone else had, that it was really great. I've gone to most of them. This was by far the best. I did attend the Price soccer game, which was for 3rd and 4th place. It was Price and Juarez. So that was a lot of fun. And those kids, you know, your heart goes out to them because they're just really fighting for it. They just really, you know, want it. And the play is at just a really great level. I went to the MAN Family Science Night, which was, Dr. Grace, was that like Learning Links issued? And so it was kind of like a children's thing where you went to different stations, and all these kids got to make everything, all different kinds of things. And it was just a blast, and I actually took a lot of ideas away from that. So, and very well attended. I attended the Ross Pathway to Seal of Biliteracy Awards ceremony with Dr. Megalis. That was kinder, 3rd, and 6th grades receiving the awards, and excellent speech, Dr. Megalis. It was really great. I enjoyed hearing that. The WWAMI retirement, and like everybody said, it was a blast. Wishing all the retirees a very happy retirement. Thank you, Yesenia, and everybody who participated in putting that together. As a big event, and it was fabulous. Also at the stadium, Glover Stadium, the soccer club championships, like everybody said, I think that was one of the most impressive events in the past month or two that I've seen. The way that was organized, the mascots, the bands, there was a halftime show. This was, with respect, Miss Anne Marie Randall Trejo, it was as good as a football game. It really was. It was just absolutely amazing and so well attended, and I think all of us that were there just had a blast. The end of the year luncheon, for the district, thanks to everybody who put that on, and there were a lot of fun awards. The Oscars, I believe Janice got one, and Alina. I think Alina got one also. Did I miss anybody? And they were fun. They were serious, but some were fun because I know I'll have to embarrass her. Chantel got the main, yeah, the main award or main event award, and it was because of her gorgeous, beautiful hair, MANE. So, and that one I thought was. And Dr. Downing got last place. We're so sorry, Chantel. Moreno won that, and that just cracked me up. I thought that was so cute. So then now, because of I couldn't get to a lot of the promotion events because most of them were on the 7th, I believe, and I had a first 5 meeting in the morning at exactly the same time, and I was just reappointed to a 3rd term. So I had to go to that meeting, but what I did was went to, I say my schools, but I mean in my district area. I tried to attend another event that they were doing at the same time. So I went to the Westmont 6th grade bowling party at Lynbrook, and I didn't even know that place still was going strong, but trust me, it is. And that was a hoot, and the kids had a blast. For Jefferson, I was able to hit the Korean Dual Language Pathways Awards night, and also the employee recognition for exemplary service received by the City of Anaheim for campus supervisor Juan Duran. So I got there for a couple of things. Franklin, I got to attend their 6th grade party at Pearson Park. That was a lot of fun. And Price, I attended their Pathway to Seal of Biliteracy Awards. And then I did get to a few promotions. I'll get to those. Let me see. At Key, Dr. Downing and I were able to help present awards for the Fresno State online courses for the parents that had completed these courses. And that's really a proud moment for them, for these parents. And actually the courses are fantastic, and I'm so glad that we offer this. I did get to attend the Ross promotion ceremony because it was on Tuesday. It was the 6th. So I was able to hit that one, and that was fabulous. Also, Roosevelt, their promotion. And Gwen, I got about maybe the first 30 or 40 minutes of Gwen's in before I had to head to first 5. And let's see. I did attend one of the city police chief recruitment meetings to be able to give my opinion on what, and I was speaking for our district, what we need from a police chief and what we need, or at least, you know, the good communication and a partnership, or however we define that, however we work on that, wherever that, whatever direction that goes in. I want us to be heard, seen and heard, and what's important to us to be levied there. So, and last few things, it was Classified School Employees Week, the 21st to the 27th. Thank you to all of our classified school employees. And May 18th was Campus Supervisor and School Safety Day. Just like to acknowledge them for their hard work, dedication, and daily support for our students. And to finish it off, big thank you to Tricia Graper for the treats that she gave us today. The home good baked treats, which are we absolutely love. So I think that does it, and thank you for listening. And with that concludes all of our board reports, and you can see there was really a lot going on this past month or so since the last board meeting. And now we are up to future agenda items. Is there anything that anybody wants to mention?
Just like I mentioned before, a presentation on our well spaces, that'd be great. Sometime in the future, no rush, yeah.
Anybody else?
Just one comment, just in light of our public comments today. I was looking at our agenda public comment section. It might be helpful to have something in the language there in addition to when you can submit public comment, the length of time to submit, but also what's within our jurisdiction we can actually do something about, because someone could come here. We've had COVID speakers. We've had, could have some comment about the debt ceiling or the post office or the DMV, and we have no jurisdiction over any of that. So it'd just be a more effective, appropriate setting for them to voice their concerns. That may or may not really be effective in all cases. I understand, but with their free speech, but I think it might help to at least let some of the public members know you can go somewhere else to have something actually done and addressed about your concern. Thank you.
Anyone else? All right, with that, I am going to adjourn this meeting at 9:32, and our next regular board meeting is June 28th, and we hope to see you there. Thank you, everyone.